Dwarves indeed got lore. But we got things to paint. Yeah. Turn down that brightness. I spent all day yesterday, or at least most of the day, getting all of this prepped. I had already built it the day before. Look at this bad boy. Got the basing paste down. I'm still not sure how we're gonna actually do this. Because I'm either gonna do it desert just like everything else, or we're gonna do it in a completely different color so it's kind of like a stand on its own thing, as like a spell. Because there are people at the store who do not have access to these, and I am completely willing to be like, oh, you're going to a tournament for this and you want Primal? Well, I'm not planning on using Primal anytime soon, so if you want to use my Primal, you can. I think it'd be kind of cool. But yeah, these were fun. Look at that. Looks ridiculous. We're going to be airbrushing the rest of them too. There's a couple things we need to do to paint these to actually finish this version specifically. In particular, I want to do some metals on the little chains. And we need to actually block in some of the rocks and stuff on this so that we can do it separate. So it actually looks like it's pulling rocks with it. But yeah. Let's get to it. Let's actually do the painting part first, I think. We'll actually work a little bit on the dry brush. We might airbrush today, though. The whole concept of the airbrush is that we're going to need to come up with color schemes for each of the different schools that work. Like I'm thinking of like a yellow and magenta for Primal. We might do maybe like a pink to blue for the arcane. And then we got to figure out chrono. I don't know, Primal could be yellow, orange to magenta. Either way, let me get some of these metals going for these chains. We're gonna dry brush gunmetal, and then we're gonna do like a lighter dry brush of silver. Yeah, what are you guys up to? You guys having a good day? It was crazy, you know, feeling like we were so close to being done, all of our projects, and just being able to like coast, focus on video creation, and then all of a sudden, endless spells. That's too much gunmetal. We're mostly going to do like a slap choppy thing here. take it a little bit down. Sick Day Hobbying. A true classic. I know, right? It is not often that Games Workshop goes, hey, let's do some Xenos lore. I feel like they could have called the book Rock and Stone or something. A Tale of Rock and Stone. I feel like it's important lore too, because the whole premise being that they're led by the things that humanity kind of had to fight against. So it's kind of like a return, right? Like that that horrible thing from your past has come back to haunt you. Which feels kind of important. I mean, granted, to a degree, they all feel kind of important, and like, there's just a lot of them getting left out. It's too bad. It's too late. You're already out of time. Oh, God. I didn't notice this. Hang on. The hell is my tool for this? I love it when they do this with their sprues, where they have that one thing that goes between the two sprues, rather than it just being like all part of just like either sprue or component. Because I never notice it until it's too late. Could have swore. There it is. Oh, yeah. I mean, I get that it's needed. It's just like, I wish it was more apparent, right? If the plastic was more like, here I am, rather than it just being like kind of there. And then maybe you notice it, or maybe you assume it's part of whatever you're putting together. You're like, oh, that's a weird spot to have that chain link. Oh, it's not a chain link. Huh. So Friday I might be getting a game in for 40K. You know, already back to shifting gears. And I'll probably play some games at my buddy's house on Saturday, maybe. He still has the problem of his day job, like, burning him out super hard. So either we're gonna just chill over the weekend, or we might get like one game in. Alright, a little bit of highlighting silver. We'll just do that near the top. Don't forget, kids, that metallics are also good to get highlighted with more bright versions of themselves. It's actually not a bad plan when working with metals to assume that maybe there's an edge you want to be just slightly brighter than the rest. Yeah, the aggressors, the fire bats of the Space Marines. Let's get some pro acryl going. That way I can actually flat the Gravetide. The Gravetide was ridiculous. This isn't even like the heaviest. The Sphere and the Gravetide are not the heaviest. This is the heaviest endless spell. The Arcane Wall, because this is all one giant piece of plastic that is solid completely through. It's so heavy. All right, let's pull back for this Gravetide because it's too big. So the idea is all of this terrain needs to be blocked. Blocked and flatted. So yeah, figuring out how the endless spells actually work was kind of an eye-opening moment. My assumption was they were sort of restricted by all the same rules that apply to almost everything else, but some of these spells, man, they come with abilities that are just way too good. For instance, my whole thing was I was trying to figure out what made the Sun and the Gravetide good. And for the Sun in particular, it's because you can put it in melee while it's the movement phase. So you can actually pre-prime things to lose armor saves in the move phase before your shoot phase. So for an army like mine that has a ton of shooting in it, just sending the purple Sun in the movement phase to be like, all right, I'm here. Even if I don't get the D3 damage from him passing through units, because he comes in within 8 or within 9 inches of something, but then can move 8. which is actually even cooler with area terrain concepts. Because area terrain, if an enemy unit is in the area terrain and something charges that unit, the unit that was in the terrain that got charged doesn't get a -1 to hit when fighting that charged unit, but the charged unit does. Or the unit that did charge does get the -1 fighting things that are wholly on cover. Meanwhile, the sphere just moves. It doesn't charge, it just moves into the area. So it actually has a little bit of a defensive ability against the units on that terrain. With the -1s. There's just fun little interactions that they get. And almost every single one of these undead ones, they can move in such weird ways. It's great. Although I am still thinking the Simulacrum from Disciples of Tzeentch might be very meta in like tournament settings. The ability to have like good fate dice on hand to guarantee bring it in, and then not only that, but potentially spike all 4 of the attacks into the character, who hopefully fails some saves because it's Ren 2, meaning Nagash has to make 5+ saves. And then to just take, like, potentially, like, 0 save situation, right? 4 hits, 4 wounds, 0 saves. Taking at the very minimum, I think it's, what, 36 wounds? No, actually, because there's a 4 minimum as well on top of the 9, so 40. It's just 40 wounds minimum if they don't make any saves. Enjoy making 40 ward saves. Like, goddamn, that's actually really good. It's just the surface to Nagash missile. Summon it outside of 9, move it to within 3, and charge. That's where positioning comes into play. And that's the thing. You can counter that pretty easily with some basic positioning. Although there shouldn't be too many characters on the field or too many units on the field if Nagash is being used, because Nagash is expensive AF. Kind of need to make a 1K list. I think I take my Soulforged. If I can figure out a 1K Soulforged list, I might do it. I don't think it'll involve Vash, although maybe. If it involves Vash, it won't involve any Warp Smiths, I don't think. Might try to fit my Defiler in there. more of a for funsies thing. The problem is that the person I'm going against was like, who wants to get in a game against a noob? And I was like, ah, yeah, we'll make something fun. But then I checked the Discord history of conversation, and he's been calling himself a noob for almost the whole year. And getting a lot of games in. And it's like, do I underpower myself because he said he was a noob? And then end up getting stomped because he's actually playing very meta? Or do I build kind of for the meta? I feel like if I build meta, I can throw, right? Like, I can position poorly. I can take more gambles than what I should, and I might be fine. I think that might be the way to do it, is to just build meta and then take more gambles and risks than you would expect. I don't know about that. I always feel like asking someone who's playing a casual game to share a list early makes it feel like I'm trying to counter build. Especially if it's a person that doesn't know me. Like, at the very least, if I see his build, and I might build, like, fun for it, right? Like, I might build stuff where I'm like, ooh, you have an ability to do things, but it's gonna be weird. Like, I always love that idea of just being like, oh, this is gonna be the weird play. But asking someone in a casual situation to supply their list ahead of time is like, hey man, I noticed you don't have a lot of flyers or speed. So I built to, you know, annoy your move speed and, you know, screw you over in a bit. Like, sometimes people at the store will, when they get a game together for you, the whole concept is like, I'm getting ready for a tournament. And it's like, oh, cool. Sometimes they'll kind of tell you what they're bringing. They'll be like, I'm aiming for like these models, this type of unit, this type of setup, this type of goal for combat. And the main reason they'll do that is because they want you to try to counter it. Like, straight up, they want you to counterplay it as best you can. Because there's always like two modes of play, right, in this tabletop game. There's the go as planned, right? Just play as you would normally. Because your opponent isn't exactly built to counter you. It's more like just a straight up people punching each other in the face until one of them falls over situation. But once in a while, you'll be pit against a team that's like, oh, you're infantry? Thank God, I brought a lot of anti-infantry. And it's like, oh. Oh, no. I've tried that, right? There's only maybe 2 people in the local Discord who, when we set games up, will actually tell you what's happening and they know what they're talking about. But there have been situations with people playing where it's like, hey man, how competitive we talking for this list? And they'll be like, oh, play what you like, play what you want, because like, yeah, you know, just play to your favorite list. But then they'll come in with like the meta list. And they'll play it the meta way because that's like their favorite list, which is why they told you to play your favorite list, is because of the assumption that it was that kind of thing, right? But meta is meta for a reason. It's a tough nut to crack if you don't have the right tools. Weirdly, I've seen people bring up the list that I ran at a tournament for knights as like a good list idea. I don't know, because it did not help me. They were talking about the Knight Castigator and then bringing a bunch of brigands. That way you have like all the sustained attacks and stuff on them. And I did that for a tournament. I think I got like 2 sustained attacks over like 3 games. It was terrible. It's probably one of the worst friggin' outcomes I could have asked for. I know. Well, on our Discord, the way it works is in our little tags, we put the factions that we play. It's not the best because now that I play a ton of stuff, I can't really tell people that I play certain things because there's not enough room for the little section next to our names. So, like, I know he plays Ultramarines or Death Guard. So I'm going into an elite army, and I'm going into either an elite army that reduces saves and is kind of slow, or an elite army that gets some rerolls and has some consistency. It's one or the other. And I kind of want to practice with Soulforged. Soulforged is the closest thing to how I want to play the game. Even though I love Thousand Suns, Soulforged is really like, that's it. And the hope is that the Thousand Suns get something kind of similar because of the whole rumored leak of a new automaton unit for the Thousand Suns. It's like, man, maybe they really should lean into like a golem style Thousand Sun army. Just give me the reins to have like a ton of different Demon Engine units and get some cool Psyker benefits for it. I have the feeling that once I'm done painting this, and then the rest of the Gene Stealer cult stuff that I need, like the day I'm done it, they're gonna be like, hey, Emperor's Children. No! No! I just escaped. I was free for all of a day. One of the people at the local store that I play against, who's been playing a lot of Death Guard recently, is thinking of going Tau for like the next little chunk of competitive play, just to do it, just to get like a little variation on play style. He really does go all over the place though. He's got like a full-blown Necron army that he's done really well with. He picked up Death Guard, and he's done really well with that as well. Now he's like, I'm gonna go Tau. Alright. I think it's because he keeps going up against this one guy at the other store who specifically plays Tau. And that guy, like, always outdoes whatever list he builds. with his Tau list. I mean, he says he's gonna play Tau, and then I'm always wondering, like, is he gonna go meta Tau, or is he gonna be like, I think there's something that just Kroot can do, and then we'll just be contending with a Kroot list. All right, let me get a bigger white brush, because now we're doing like actual rocks. Question though is, which endless spell selection should we do next? I'm thinking of maybe Chrono, because I think Chrono could be kind of easy. I'm thinking yellow to pink for Chrono, and then we actually dry brush gold onto a lot of it. Gravetide. think I play Soulforged. I'm just going to take the bulk of my Soulforged with me. I'll just make a 1K list, and then if my buddy only wants to play 1K, on Saturday we'll do that. If he wants to play 2K, I'll at least have the full list to be able to play it. Question is, do I try to fit a Helldrake into a 1K list? I don't think I do. I think that's a foolish idea. I feel like there's no way that results in a positive outcome. This thing is so hard to hold on to. It's mostly because the bottom of it's not what you think it is. It's not a base. It is absolutely hollow. It's just a difficult thing to hold on to. So what do we kind of want out of the Votan lore? What are we thinking? I'm guessing it's going to be more like a pretty in-depth look at these systems that kind of govern them. Those kind of like systems of the ancestors, stuff like that. Oh, Imperial Force. Yeah. chat gets quiet. Which means I have to go into talk to myself mode. I've been thinking of going into the audiobook mode to maybe try to gather up some lore, but I don't know. It feels like there could be purpose in it, you know, just to be able to bring something up in conversation. But at the same time, I'm not that much of a nerd. I'm kind of a nerd. But I feel like being an epic lore battle kind of nerd is a slippery slope at trying to end up being that guy. Just in like a different system. Like the approach of people don't want to play with you because while you're playing, you're complaining that the squad in your army that should be like god tier unkillable isn't. And you keep telling them the lore as to why that squad should be god tier unkillable, and nobody wants to hear it anymore. Oh, I gotta grab my my Warcry cards to make sure that the compendium and the cards are still the same. Because I do like that I have the quick ref cards. Because apparently no one bought them. I wonder what events are going to be happening soon at the store. I know he said it was probably going to end up being a 40k event. But I feel like there were a few people who kept talking about Warcry during the AOS event. As well as a few people talking about Kill Team. So maybe he'll try to bust some of that out. feel like at the very least I should probably listen to my faction books. I know there's a book about Ahriman specifically. Any stone over here? No. Some stone on the front, but I gotta get this brush fixed up. There's some stuff here and here. I can't help you. I can't. Wait, what arrived? You just have like stuff? all the stuff and things. Looking for things that I could easily be like, that's stone. Guess not. Jesus, Funko. You guys do Funko? I guess that's still a lucrative thing. All right, stones painted, shackles painted. We really have to decide now. Genuinely have to decide. Actually, where? What the hell? Oh. I don't doubt it. I've seen people who, the way I would put it is, their personalities are Funko Pops. I'm gonna put my goop in here. Goop. I'm actually kind of happy with how this goop sort of works. I'm not happy that it dries as flat as it does, but I'm kind of happy that if you make a bottle of neon goop, it's pretty much going to stay goopy for a very long time. Oh, we should probably paint the rocks on this. I think in total I've had like 2 Funko Pops my whole life. One of them I didn't even ask for. It just like, it was one of those special edition ones that came from a loot crate. And then the other one was the This Is Fine dog. I think that was a Funko Pop. Not super sure. Now there's like competing brands or something with Funko. So I can never be too sure if the ones I have are Funko or not. It's a vinyl figure, is all I know. Oh, and I have a Venom one. I completely forgot about that. That was actually... So I special ordered this a while ago because I thought it was kind of cool looking. I remember putting the order in for it and they were like, cool, this is coming from this distributor. We have no idea when it's going to get here. You still cool with it? And I was like, yeah, it's fine. And I'm not kidding you. 6 months later is when I got it. They pulled it out of the box and handed it to me, and I was like, what? And they were like, oh, did you not order this? And I was like, I think I ordered it? And it took me a minute to be like, oh, I ordered this forever ago. And they're like, do you still want it? It was like 20 bucks. And I was like, oh, gee. Like, I don't know why it was 20 bucks. It was so cheap because it's a vinyl figure, and it was the, I think the reprint of the introduction to Venom or something. It was something specific about a special... like anniversary Venom comic. And I was like, I'll take it. 20 bucks, not bad. Which Gundam ones you got? Is it just the newer series? You're about to pull out some weird stuff like the Tall Geese 2 Master Grade. Yeah. Here, I actually have the box. Hang on. Let me make sure the camera's pulled all the way back. Because it's actually really cool. I do actually like what they did with this. Let me wipe off the top. It's this one. Look at that. Got the character. He's actually got a cool little base in there. Whole ass comic. Info on the back. So much reflective surface. But yeah, then the other one came out of a blind box. It's one of those loot crate things. So I got Gideon from Magic the Gathering. Gideon Jura. I think I had an Assassin's Creed one too, but I think I got rid of that. I think I sold it to someone. Get my beverage. Hobby DB. Hobby database. How do I do this? Venom Funko. Reference number. Yeah, I'm probably gonna want to search from UPC. Brand, series, production, art toys. Wait, is it reference number that I search, or how do I search from UPC? Or do I just type it in and search? I'm just gonna type it in and search. There she is. Yeah, no. Estimated value is actually less than I purchased it for. People are selling it for $4 more. I'm guessing there was a ton of them sent out. Okay, so basing, what do? Do we lean into the desert color, or do we go our own way? Go our own way. I think we lean into the desert color. I'm just gonna stick with it. We'll stick with desert. Means I need Zamasi, I need Argos. And I need my other Argos, because I have one that's almost empty and then one that was fairly full. Oh, I wish I could organize this and actually keep it organized. I've organized it once and figured, oh, this is fine. And like a day later, it was just no longer good. I might do Warp Lock Bronze on the shackles. Thinking about it. Come on, I know I have one other Argos Dunes bottle. I know I do. Found it. No, yeah, that's the thing with the collector's market. You never know. Because collection, this is the issue with collection. Collection is entirely based around public interest for people who have money, who think they want it and assume others want it that also have money. Like, that's kind of the core of how collection works. Just claiming, oh, this Funko Pop is worth this much doesn't actually make it worth that much. It's whether or not there's like a multi-millionaire who's like, I actually want this and I want no one else to have it. Like, that's kind of a thing. Like, Action Comics #1 wouldn't be nearly worth the millions that it goes for if there weren't like a small number of people with tons of money who weren't just like, yeah, I want that, because it's, you know, comic book history. Same thing with video games and all that. It's just, is there a dude with a ton of money who wants something that is kind of scarce? Because I feel like in some collector's circles, there's items that people are like, it's worth this much. And then, like, they'll post it online and it'll never sell. And it's like, I don't know if it's worth that much, man. Should probably lower that price a bit there, bud. Because things are only worth as much as people are willing to pay for them at the end of the day. Like, I feel like if enough Little Samson games don't sell, we'll start seeing a price drop. I went to a convention, and people there had the Little Samson game, and it was like $5 grand, or whatever crazy amount of money it was. What is Little Samson? It's got, I think it's more than that. Little Samson is ridiculous. I think it's like between 3 and 5 if it's just the game, and if it's in the case, it goes up to like 10-ish, 8 to 10. Dude, I loved painting this thing. My favorite thing. It is so powerful, too. I completely understand why in the last season they did polls, basically. There's a lot of data in 40K and AOS and all that they love showing people. So they decided to show people the data of which endless spells were being used for a tournament. And it was this one. It was this whole side of things. The sun is so strong. And what's crazy is it was strong then. And the fact that they kept it strong when they moved to the next, set of rules, I don't think it's ever going to be nerfed, right? Like, they had their shot. They had their chance to nerf it. And instead, they were just like, nah, brah. Like, the more I think of this, this summonable, the more I realize that, like, this is the thing I need to run if I don't want to care about most of the death factions. Like, if I actually want to rein death faction, like, Night Haunt stuff in. Because Night Haunt's like, dude, we don't really care about, like, Rend. Although, I think it's what? It's... They don't care about augments to armor saves, which means Rend, but it also means this guy, actually. I think they actually straight negate this thing. Which, yep, par for the course. Frickin' death factions. Overriding all the rules of the game. Doing whatever the hell they feel like. Because I think it says augments. I don't think... Because Rend augments the armor save value, to my understanding. It doesn't... It's not, like, worded in a way where it augments the roll as much as it augments the save. Yeah, this is the Purple Sun. It's an endless spell. You summon it. If it passes through enemies when it moves using its special move ability, it does D3 mortals. It's able to attack. It can move into combat during the move phase, which is very rare in the game. And anything within combat range of it, that whole squad gets a reduction to their armor. Which I'm going to need to re-verify the wording. Because my first thought was, oh, this will be great into death armies. Because death armies can't have their armor reduced with Rend. But I think the wording is that it can't have its armor reduced, like, period. Like, there can't be any modifiers to the armor. Which would mean that this thing doesn't actually work against death. Which is such an asshole thing about a faction, is to just be like, no. No. Like, the death as a faction in AOS is the embodiment of that guy. The guy who goes to tournaments, forgets all his rules, makes stuff up as he goes that are always in his favor. Like, that's death. Like, if you want to be that guy, but you want to be them, like, actually, in a way where it's, like, legit, just play death. Because that is death. Death is the... Oh, what's the rule? Nah, it doesn't affect me. That's the army. You can be that guy legally. I mean, fun for the people that play it. Because I have it constantly, like, it's constantly said, like, the dice rolls, yeah, it's part of the game, right? But it's also something that there's a level of strategy you can apply to a game where you don't care about the dice rolls. Dice rolls are just the icing on the cake at that point. If every army, if every matchup, it plays out sort of like a puzzle that you have to solve, Night Haunt is the puzzle that has no answer. Like, Night Haunt is only a puzzle that has answers for everything around it. Let me take a look. War. Age. So I need to look at the endless spells and Night Haunt for the wording. Purple Son of Shyish. Subtract 1 from save rolls for enemy units while they are within 3. Oh! Maybe not. Hang on. To save... Oh, no. Yeah. Nope. Nighthawk negates it. Ignore all modifiers to save rolls. So yeah. Purple Sun of Shyish, not useful into Night Haunt, as I thought. Because I thought it would... I thought the wording was that it augmented your save stat, not save roll. But since it doesn't augment the save stat, you guys get to just do what you want. Just keep being that guy. Telling me none of my rules work. Yeah, but there's units in that army that are 4+ saves, and 4+ saves are good in general. Like, it's just good in general. Like, there's so many armies that exist solely at, like, a 5+ save rating, and they're always at the whims of Rend. And then you got Night Haunt coming through with their, hey, we have a ward save and a 4+ save that you can't augment at all. It's like, oh. Okay. Well, at least you don't have too many multi-wound units. No, we do. Oh, alright. Okay. I'm going to solve this puzzle. I'm going to do it. I'm going to have an answer. I just want to stand up for myself against some ghosts. I want to not die to a gust of wind. Weight of fire is always the answer. It doesn't really matter what you're going up against. You need good weight of fire. The question is whether the main army feels as oppressive as the spearhead. Because the problem with the spearhead is it has so many units. 20 reinforceable units, 10 decent damage output units, 3 extremely hard to kill units, and 1 leader that's just actually really good. Which that's kind of uncommon in most spearheads, is to have like a really good leader. Most of the factions have like meh leaders. But then the Night Haunt is just like, yeah, I wreck stuff. I've got like Rend 2 multi-damage hits that actually hit decently. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. But if it doesn't feel as oppressive on the field with like total unit numbers, then maybe it's not so bad. It's doable. But if they are like a horde army, it's a whole other thing. Okay, that gives me hope, because oh my god, Spearhead. Supposedly at full scale though, what Death tries to do is Nagash spam. Because Nagash is a level 9 wizard. that does like really good freaking mortals. Which means you have to out-wizard your opponent if you're going to play into it. Which genuinely, the part that sucks about that is just that no other faction has that single unit that can travel between. That's like a really good monster. Who can just stand up to like general fights and things and be really good. Like, I am still hyper depressed that Archeon is no longer chaos. It's just Slaves to Darkness now. No, yeah. That's why I'm trying to figure out how I want to play it, right? I'm assuming I'm going to see a lot of Death Faction in the local scene. Since we have a lot of, like, meta chasers and stuff, and people who are like, oh, that sounds great. All I got to do is Nagash? That's fantastic. It means I don't have to carry as much to tournaments. This is great. I love it. So, like, in my head, I'm like, oh, do I go the Tzeentch Endless spells? Because if I do, then I have access to the Simulacrum, and the Simulacrum could probably almost one-tap Nagash. I've got two big spooky monsters. I have Kairos and a Lord of Change. It's the biggest, spookiest monsters I can put in my army. Although there's almost no value in doing that with the Warflock. The Warflock have to go like a completely different route. Which kind of sucks. I could see Kairos being okay with like regular soldiers. But I feel like the way the Warflock works is you don't want to do that. You actually want to like maximize how many Zangors you have. Just go with that. Mounted, dude, I love that they buffed Mounted this time around. Mounted used to not get the benefit of Get Down, Sir. Now it does. I love it. I'm not so worried about using, like, on-disc units anymore. Because that was kind of the thing in the last, in, like, 3.0 with my Zangor Shamans, which you practically needed them if you were going to run Zangor armies. It was like them and Gaunt Summoners. That's what you needed to be able to play. But if you put them on disc, well, the Shamans had to be on disc. But if you put the Gaunt Summoner on a disc, which, I mean, the discs are just really useful for move, it wasn't able to use the get down sir rule, so it could easily be targeted like right away and just killed. But now get down sir works. Can't be shot outside of 12, and if I'm shot at within 12, it's -1 to hit. It might even be just attacks. I need to take another look at get down sir, make sure I got the concept of it. That would be hilarious if they made you do that. Wait, do they make you do that? I don't know all the factions. You might be trolling me. But at the same time, I do think it's funny. Because on one hand, I'm like, there's no way they do that. And on the other hand, I know that the pendulum can only move in a straight line. That's actually what the pendulum says. It can only move either forward or backward in the direction that the blade faces. Which was a little concerning until I realized that also includes, like, it doesn't have to ever go backwards. It can always just go forward. Which is actually kind of cool, because then you can just put it, like, in the middle of the field and just have it run the field. Just goes full distance, every turn in one direction. And then maybe starts to swing back in the final turn. Kind of like the Chrono Endless spells. For nothing other than the frickin' blades. 15 attacks, crit mortals, can't make ward saves against them. Oh. So good. That's the real anti-ghost function. Mortals that you can't make ward saves against. kind of the annoying thing about my army. Even though I've got, like, ranged, I don't really have ranged. It's just an awkward concept for the Disciples of Tzeentch. It's like, yeah, you've got a lot of ranged units. It's like, cool, are they good? No. Oh. Well, then. Oh no. Thank God I had nothing left. I'm trying to think of the army I'm bringing in. Oh, why am I looking there? I have it on my phone. The phone. Kairos. He has no ranged weapon. Flamers are kind of my, that's like, this is them situation. They're good into infantry because of the rend. Not ghosts, but still. It's 12 inches, 3 attacks per. I have a full squad of 6. Trying to remember. They have a really cool ability in Spearhead that they do not have here. So it's just 3 attacks, hitting on 3s, wounding on 4s. So the cycle of bad is in the wound phase, but it's D3 damage per, which is really nice. Changeling gets 3 attacks. His is actually not bad. 3 attacks, 3s, 3s, 1 D3. I mean, it's not a lot. It's not saturation by any means. I have my Lord of Change with a Rod of Sorcery. It's an 18-inch 2d6, 3-3-1-1, which is like whatever. My Brimstones, which I think, yep, reinforced. So this is a 20-man. So they all get, so it's 20 people. This is kind of like my firepower, right? 20 people, 2 attacks each, 4-4, damage 1, 12 inches. It's not great. Exalted Flamer. He gets to do some fun stuff. I'm noticing I'm not seeing the abilities. Which is leading me to believe that maybe the Flamers do have abilities. So I can add wound rolls. That's the key thing with Flamers, is you can get +1 to wound rolls, I believe. And then if you keep this unit within the combat range of a Flamer unit, they get crit hits on 2. Like, it's actually really good. I need to take a step away real quick. Clean this brush. I will BRB. Studio mode. But yeah, like, my shooting's kind of like mid. I can keep looking at it, though. Be right back. Okay. Okay. So yeah, he improves the potential damage output of the flamers. The flamers themselves get 1 to the wound rolls for this unit's shooting attack that target a burning enemy. So yeah, you have to kind of burn an enemy initially with something, usually a spell. And then these guys will be firing into it, hitting on 3s, wounding on 3s, crit 2s, D3 damage per. It's not bad. The only abilities these guys have is Split Again, which is the chance to become Brimstones. The Lord of Change provides something. He provides -1 to hit rolls against demons when they are being targeted. For combat, shooting is apparently a different thing, I think. I don't know, he's the guy running for as VP is, you know, fun. But most of it's still the same politics. It's just dirt slinging at each other. It's just weird to see. It doesn't make me proud to be a human. Basically, is what we'll say here. Just non-stop dirt slinging is just like, all right, cool. That's the resurrection bonus. Did any of these guys give like a plus to their combat potentials? I'm trying to remember. No, his is all just passive. Making a casting roll. Casting and unbinding rolls. What does the flamer do? I think he only applies burning. He applies burning, and then he just does mortals at the end of any turn. So if I can apply mortals to people, that'd be great. What's considered combat? Is melee considered combat? Is shooting not considered combat? Because that'll change some concepts in my head. I'm pretty sure shooting's shooting and melee's combat. Because it's fighting in combat range is combat. Attacking. Combat attacks are made with melee weapons. Shooting attacks are made with ranged. Yep. Combat's only close. So I'm -1 to hit when people are trying to melee me. Which isn't bad. I mean, it's always good to have a benefit. I just need to think about it in reference to shooting armies. Because I gotta kind of like try to get in against a shooting army, I guess. I kind of want to see if I can figure out how to put the pink horrors I made in, because I think I kind of want the pink horrors. Like having a big squad of blue horrors and a small squad of pink horrors, I think could really do a lot of good, potentially. But also I kind of don't know. So I'm noticing about this that there's kind of like a cloak up at the top. Like all these different ghosts have cloaks around them. Like there's a sort of an edge along here where it looks like a cloak. So I'm debating going in with like a little bit of gray. Well, I mean, politics at this point are just high school, like, just high school, friggin' recess, or middle school recess, actually. So yeah, name calling will get to the person who's existed almost exclusively on name calling. This is weird. I'm hoping for something good to come out of all of this. But right now I'm just disappointed in humanity. And it's like, I don't know, man. Locally speaking, I've got one election barometer. And it's this person that lives not too far from where I'm currently living. Because when the Orange Man won, that whole year leading up to the election, that guy that lived near me just had so much stuff in his front yard. right? Like, his whole front yard was just like a museum to this man. It was a very clear, like, oh, this has to happen situation. Right? And then the second time around, the only sign he had was as far as humanly possible into his backyard. Right? Like, that was as far as possible in his backyard was where his only sign was. And I was like, huh. It's like there's shame there, right? Like, ugh. I still want him to win, but I don't want people to know. I want him to... It's like, there's that level of like, maybe that's the barometer, right? If you feel shame in voting for the person you're voting for, that person might not win. And this year, the sign's only like slightly up from where it was. One of my neighbors in this area, though, has the best political sign you could possibly ask for in his front yard. It just says, Wu-Tang is forever. And honestly, that's the only political statement I can really get behind. Wu-Tang, 100% forever. It won't be, because the people behind it still exist. It's still just going to be a thing. It's cultural. It's built into us as a species, basically. Because the whole concept, right? Learn from the past, unless we're doomed to repeat it. But like almost every year, moments occur that, like, historically speaking, have never proven to be good. And there's an element of it where it feels like everyone looking at it is like, maybe this time it won't be so bad. It's like, oh no. Learn from the past so that you recognize that we're doomed to repeat it. Oh no. The cycle. Why do we do this to ourselves? Oh, dude, everything's spin. Spin is how the world works. The ability to say something that in a court of law can't be disproven, but also makes whatever you did not seem as bad. That is like the art form in life. This is the #1 like Speechcraft 100 thing. Oh, we're never beyond spin. All that we're doing right now is we're at a situation where we can fact check so hard that like spin is easily disproven, but for some reason it still like actually works. Like it still holds so much sway in people's interactions with the rest of the world. It's like, wow, this is crazy. Like, we know spin exists. You can easily see that it exists. You can easily gauge it as existing and changing things. And yet, for some reason, we still fall prey to it. It's like the person who keeps putting their hand on the hot stove. It's like, dude, stop. You see it's hot. You know it's hot. You know what happens because it's hot. Stop putting your hand... Oh, why do you keep doing it? I love that I actually did the stonework for this. It worked out. Well, we're going to do a little bit of gold, too, on this. There's some parts that look like they could be decent in gold. As, like, just extra components. Hell yeah. All the stones. Get some more pizza in me. It's already 2 o'clock. We're not even at the point where I can start working on another set. sure not to tilt these. Ghost Wave. Let me pull out a gold that I like. Maybe Talos Bronze. I like Talos Bronze. Refueled by pizza. We might go a little late today, but maybe not too much late. Later than normal. Nah, I kind of want to bail at the same time. So I need to go get some food. Fine. I do like when people talk, but at the same time I realize we are basically doing a hobby paint situation here, which 9 times out of 10 is done in pure silence. Get some Zamasi down on the stone. It's mostly just to de-coffee stain some of these stones. Which is super useful. Unless they have a character that can, no. That's no longer a thing. The Endless spell is tied to a unit, though, and if that unit dies, it does vanish. So that is kind of key when choosing how you're going to do this. They can be summoned again, though. So, like, it's not the worst. If I try to changeling simulacrum bomb my opponent, you know, put a changeling down real close to an enemy and then just unload a simulacrum and try and bring down whatever big wizard they've got. Once they kill the simulacrum, I can just resummon it later somewhere else. No, yeah, you definitely... There's no reason not to, because there's no cost. Right? There's no cost to taking an Endless. You take it. Hooray. You have an Endless. It's a great way to poke and prod at your opponent in a way that's considerably safer than having to burn your own units on them. And again, there's universals, which, to my understanding, any faction can get them. However, if I'm not mistaken, there's incantations, which are the priest version. And then there's Endless, which is the wizard version. So depending on what you have access to on the field, it might not matter. Which is actually making me wonder. No. So you pick an Arcana and you pick an Endless. You pick your spells and you pick your Endless action. Let me see. Endless spells update. Kronspine Incarnate. Yeah, wizards. It's all wizards. So all these Endless spells are wizards. In the factions that only have access to priests, like the Blades of Khorne and stuff, they have incantations, which are kind of like Endless spells, but it's priest-focused. Banishment, I believe, is still a thing for those. So you can still do it, I think. Not 100% on that yet, because I haven't come into a situation where I've had to look it up. The thing is, some Arcana allow you to summon things as well. We were talking about this on the Discord with the Weirdwood. But in the situation where the summonable comes from an Arcana, there's actually apparently a no banishment function to it, like with an Endless. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, which faction do you play if you actually play AOS? Because you can either use, if you have wizards, you can use these universal endlesses. But if you opt out of wizards, you're opting out of like a big chunk of how this game is played. I feel like most leaders, though, have been given at least some relative wizard status to try to give them access to things, either wizard or priest access. Because yeah, like I'm really seeing that endless spells and incantations are kind of like the core of the game. You kind of build your strategy around whether or not they go off, whether or not they work, where they're going, what benefits they're going to provide. It's all very important to the general game. Pretty cool because a lot of it's built around movement, positioning and stuff. You have to contend with the distance at which you can cast and summon, the distance at which wizards need to be from the objects to gain any benefits. AOS is pretty cool. I've grown to love it more and more, and that's as a person who mostly just played 40k. There's an oddity to AOS that is undeniable. And that oddity kind of makes it a very just enjoyable game. Because there's just so many weird layers to it that are important. All right, let's do a couple things here. Step 1, Warp Lock Bronze. I'm just gonna hit it a little bit. Just to give it a little bit of color variation. Off a Warp Lock Bronze dry brush. It's light, but it still has a lot of depth in it, I think. They definitely made it a bit easier than 3.0, because I tried playing 3.0 a few times. And there's a couple key things about 3.0 that were a little bit problematic for me, such as the command function, basically. The orders can only be given, kind of similar to how Imperial Guard work. You need a leader within a certain range of a squad. That leader can only provide one order for like a certain phase, maybe, like in the certain phases. I can't remember if it's like the whole turn in phase. But like you had to keep track of a lot of stuff to make sure you didn't use extra things when you shouldn't have. And of course it made your leaders very like, I need to kill that. I mean, they still kind of are because they're very powerful and they provide a lot of boons to your army. But back then, I mean, if you focus fired all the leaders of your opponent down in like a turn or two, that was it. They couldn't put orders out anymore. They couldn't really do much. They were kind of screwed. So that's not really an issue anymore, which is pretty neat. All right, it's warp block. The other thing we want to do is Reichland, I think. Reichland Flesh Shade, yeah. We're gonna pull the stones on, or like the tablety stones on this away from just the general. And pull it in like a different direction. Darken it up a little bit, maybe. Looks like it needs more than Reichland. Maybe like Dark Oath Flesh or something. I just want the tablets to not feel like the rest of the terrain. Like they were fired in a kiln or something. A little better. It's just subtle. Slightly darker, slightly closer to red. That's all. Not looking for a big shift. get some Talos bronze. We actually do some of the components on here that look like they should be metallic, utilizing Talos bronze. I know this song. There we go. Just small stuff. It's 225. I might, maybe airbrush some of this. Let me get the black rings painted on the bottom of all of these guys, and then I'll debate while we're doing that. Because we can start with the airbrush of the chrono stuff, because the chrono stuff's actually going to involve a lot of metallic. For all of it, there's an element of me having to go back in with gold and then dry brush the gold onto different components. Oh, what up? Yeah, we chill. Just trying to get some work done. Some projects for the Age of Sigmar side of things. Oh, thanks for the subscription. We don't have a lot more time to work today. We do have most likely time for tomorrow. I do think I kind of want to prepare the Chronos stuff. Then it's Primal after that. Since these are the three that I'm kind of interested in using. The Death one, the Chrono one, the Primal one. I'm not really interested in Arcane, but I could actually use Arcane. I could see using Arcane. There's cool ideas built into using it. Boom. Now let's get this giant death sphere. It's so hard to hold because I don't want to like chip some of the painting away. Damn, that classic dial-up tone. There's people that are alive right now who have no idea what that is. They've never experienced this sound. So what you into, Gus? You just getting into the kill team stuff? Or you checking out the hobby video? I try to do a bunch on the channel, which arguably is to my detriment, but I still think it's a good thing to kind of aim for a bunch of stuff. The new Gene Stealer team or one of the old ones? I love Wormblade. I like the idea of the new team, but Wormblade is still kind of for me. Still have a soft spot for him. Just because of the assassins and how they work. Because the new team seems to be closer to like Hyrotech. Picking one commander type. Stuff like that. Gundam! I never painted Gundam. I would always just build them. Oh yeah, Wormblade seems fun. I've got him, I've played him a few times. I haven't played him since the last buff. Oh, Jesus Christ, YouTube music. Stop it. I love how complicated the Gundam models have gotten. The last one I built was a Tall Geese from like the newer sets, where like all the armor components have like multi-layered segments that adjust based on you moving the part. Like if you move the foot to face down, like the calf muscle pulls down, the ankle goes up, like stuff like that. It's so cool. Just the way they work now. It's so fun. 2:30, we've got a little bit of time. I'm gonna move some of these guys over. And then we're gonna decide, I think we'll do Chrono next. I think we'll do Chrono. We do Probably won't be getting back into Gundam as much as, like, I've been before. Just because this, dude, this is taking up so much time. And then when I'm done, in air quotes, what we're doing here, I've got to make more videos. I have to. I have so much I need to focus on that doesn't involve me constantly needing to, like, paint new models. That I should really be doing that. Like, I should really be focusing on other stuff. Like, all I'm thinking is we're going to finish these endless spells, which are going to be super useful for my Age of Sigmar stuff. And that's cool. That's great. But I'm also planning on painting the Emperor's Children as, like, a full 2,000 point army when it drops. That's going to be a whole other project. So it's just wild, the sheer quantity of things that I need to, like, take into account. Alright, so none of you. So these are the primal. We'll do those next, after the chrono. These are the arcane. This is the heaviest piece out of all of them, because again, pure plastic. It is just a brick. No, yeah, I have a whole plan with them. I have to find it, because I don't know where the hell the heads went. But I bought like 40 heads, female punk rockers. Those are going to be the heads for that army for me. Like that's how I want them to look. I'm going to be painting them pink and purple, fluorescent. Purple because that was their original color, pink because that's the new color. Their midsections are going to be pink, their exterior, like their lower legs, are probably going to be purple. In the purple area, it's going to be gold trimmed like their old armor, and then in the pink area, it'll be black trimmed like their new armor. I'm going to do every single neck hole of all the models that I plan on doing like on their own with the heads. I'm going to do that in magenta, and then I'm going to paint every head separately as an underlit magenta head. So it looks like the suit is lighting the head. Then, what we're going to do is I'm learning how to put LEDs in bases. So for a lot of the leaders and the squad leads and stuff in that army, I'm going to put an LED in their base. So it actually has like an underlight. It's going to be a blacklit underlight. And then I'm going to potentially buy a set of Bluetooth earbuds. I'm going to put them in, I'm going to take two and I'm going to put them into like different vehicles. Probably rhinos or something, who knows. Maybe they'll have a specialty Hellbrute. That'd be cool. And then I'm going to put those in those vehicles so that when I start playing, I can press play on a glam rock playlist and just have glam rock blasting from my army as I'm playing the glam rock friggin' Emperor's Children army. I have so many plans for this army and I love it. Alright, so I need pink. That's magenta. Pink. Fluorescent pink. Fluorescent violet. That's why the donation bar is there, because that is everything I just said. It's probably going to be expensive as hell. I'm probably going to have to buy like 2 battle boxes and a combat patrol just to get the army up to snuff. Hopefully the battle box doesn't come with, it will. This is going to be the issue. The battle box is probably going to come, if they release him, it's going to come with Fulgrim, most likely. Just like how the Angrong battle box came out. It'll come out with Fulgrim. Which means I could only get 1 battle box. And then we have to hope that there is either a second type of battle box or a pretty good combat patrol, at which point I would have to get 2 combat patrols in a battle box. All right, let's put this together. Let's get it cleaned. And airbrush in a second, because that is how we prep a lot of this. Make sure that's tight. Yeah, I'm Thousand Sons right now, but Emperor's Children always had a soft spot in my heart. But coming back, finding out Emperor's Children were just kind of like a footnote in the Chaos Space Marine Codex made me not want to play them. I needed them to be unique. I really did. But the fact that they're basically just Chaos Space Marine rules. I don't think they'd put Lucius in Combat Patrol. I think Lucius might be a standalone. It'll be like Karn, because Karn existed when the World Eaters box was a thing. There we go. But Karn wasn't really part of any box. So, he just kind of existed. I feel like he'll have to be a pickup. I hope they do make him a new model, because Lucius kind of like is a whatever model. This isn't good. This is really jammed up. It's never been this jammed up before. I made sure to clean it the last time we did it. There we go. What did it hit? Death Guard are great. Death Guard models look fantastic. I do love how like personable the Death Guard feel. It's one of those curses though, because if you look at how Death Guard models actually look and feel, it's impressive until you realize they all kind of look and feel different in like the same way. Like if you have two squads of Death Guard next to each other, they all kind of feel the same, even though they're all very unique. It's just an awkward thing. Like, I've always felt you either figure out a way to make everything hyper unique so that among 50 soldiers, none look the same, or you just make it uniform like the Thousand Sons, because then it's like, all right, yeah, I get it. They're a uniform army. It's what they do. What's up, go for it. Might have to get a new airbrush soon, maybe next month. Just need to make sure this midsection is lubricated enough. All right, airbrush noise. I think we'll start with pink. There's some good Death Guard paint schemes. I've always loved the slightly green tinted white Death Guard. That's always been cool looking. I liked my Death Guard, the way I did them, where it was brass statues that looked like kind of as you got higher on the statue, it was like moss growing. I loved that. One of the Death Guard players at our local store is orange. His Death Guard are like mostly orange. So it has that like Hazard look to it, of like Hazard gear. But I feel like there's just a ton of really cool things you can do. Because even on my brass ones, I used, what's it called? Nihilic oxide. I oxidized the brass in some areas where the brass was still visible. So it just looked like really old brass statues trying to kill you. Which is kind of cool. All right, let's do pink. So the idea is a lot of these are going to actually be dry brushed gold. So I only really need to do like some of it. Like we can pour it in pink. Dude, Nihilic oxide, like, I've heard people from other walks of like miniature painting, right? Like just other systems, other reasons to want to paint miniatures. And they've all talked about the Citadel Nihilic Oxide technical paint as just being one of the best. Which is really cool. Because it is really good. You just water it down a little bit. No, yeah. Nihilic oxide from Citadel. So good. And you can do cool stuff with it too, because it's not just like a good oxidization paint. It's basically a really good like teal shader. So you can do some fun ethereal effects with it too if you do like a ghost army. Like the Night Haunt or something. You can do some really fun just ethereal effects. The paint you're watching me use right now is what I use on my my Thousand Suns. I use the green Fluorescent paint, man. So crazy. So bright. Sure, we got everything. I can always brush on what I don't like or what I think needs more. Boom. Onto the yellow. Nihilic Oxide, Garrigax Sewer I can't do without. Things I've done with Garrigax Sewer, I don't understand it, man. Okay, go for it. But yeah, Garrigax Sewer is one of my go-tos because it's a great base color for like a lot of metals. If applied properly, it practically works as like a non-metallic brass. It's just so good. It's very universal in its benefits. Typhus Corrosion is okay, but Typhus Corrosion is mostly just a texture paste. It's a good one because it's a very small one. None of the texture pastes I own outside of Typhus Corrosion get that small. Let's see, what other good ones are there? I mean, Aethermatic's always fantastic. Highly suggest Striking Scorpion Green. But try to make sure you've got like a really good yellow, like a dull yellow in your collection. Because if you want to make something look like it's green glowy, you do it as like the dull yellow and then you apply around like the outer edges, the Striking Scorpion Green, which can look really cool. I would highly suggest picking up shaders that aren't common. Like, not just, what is it? Hang on, I gotta answer a call. All right, well, that saves me a trip to the grocery store. Nuln Oil. Anything other than Nuln Oil that's a shader, I highly suggest trying out. Drakenhof, which actually, now that I picked it up and have remembered that I needed to do this, where's my Predator? So like everyone uses Nuln Oil to try to like make something feel like it's been shaded, but that's just black. It makes it feel like almost like it was shaded by like a pen, right? And if that's the way you want to go, you can go that way. That's fine. But I've always had a soft spot for colored shaders, because a colored shadow tends to always feel a little bit like more interesting. Just pin wash most of this. So like the purple, the Druchii purple, fantastic. Dragunov, the blue shade, perfect. Just amazing looking for a lot of what it can pull off. Some other brands like Army Painter has some really cool shades that have come out recently that I need to get my hands on. In particular, they have a magenta shade, which the things you can do with flesh tone with a magenta shade is just so cool. But it's just a great way to be like, look, this has a shadow, but it's not pitch black. It actually has some tone in it. Which can be really useful. I want to see if I can start a movement of people choosing colored shaders for their work, because I feel like it would drastically improve the visual aesthetic on a lot of people's stuff. Yeah, I've got Poxwalker. Poxwalker looks weirdly good on a lot of random stuff. Dragunov, Druchii, which looks fantastic on like almost anything. My Knights look so cool with their Druchii shader. It's so good. All right. It's just like every now and then I go to the store and I find the people who like worship at the altar of Nuln Oil. And they're just like, oh God, friggin' YouTube audio. Nope. And they just show you their work and it's like, it's almost good, but the fact that almost everything has just black lining on it, it's like, man, you really could have like picked a different shade and it would have looked amazing. So here we go. So these are going to be the colors of my Chrono Magic. And since I don't have to go to the grocery store, I might even be able to finish these out. Make sure I hit everything. There we go. Dude, the airbrush I bought out of like random thought, right? I went to my local art store when I was thinking of getting back into Warhammer. And my local store was just like, we're trying to get rid of our airbrushes. So they had this huge sale going on for like kind of the mid-tier airbrush stuff. And I was like, yep, will purchase. You can do such cool, very quick effects with it, which I love. Because when you base something like this, when you do an effect like this just super quickly with kind of plans on where you're going to go after the fact, it makes things so much easier. Like, let me clean this out, because that's it. This is all we need to do. By the time we're done cleaning and decompressing the brush, I should be able to dry brush some gold onto these. Yeah, you can do some cool stuff with it. You can do something that I like doing every now and then, which is like pre-shading, where you paint the object like a teal or like a purple or something, and then you zenithal paint it white, and then you can kind of paint over that white to get the kind of shade feeling of like a cooler shadow. You barely have to like mix paints that way. You just make sure your paint is thin. There's just such fun stuff you can do with it. You can always go back in as well and OSL stuff easily. Like you can apply capillary white paint color to stuff where you just kind of like run white paint into recesses and things, and then you go back in and hit it with like a light fluorescent. It makes that area just seem so much brighter. It's so good. You do such great stuff. I do a lot of underlighting effects with it because I think underlit models are sexy as hell. All right, let me pull the plug on this. Loud noise here in 3, 2. Pop the cork. Let the water drain. Disassemble the brush. Let me show you. Something we did on stream were my Kill Team Commandos. I wanted to make them underlit. So we did them this way. Here. So by simply painting the overall model orange and then going top down with like a dark purple to know what I had to paint on top of, we sort of set it up so that like it's underlit. And then I did the base the way I did to make it appear like it's being lit from below through cracks and crevices. And then we even did the gun barrel heat using the airbrush. So like that's how much fun you can have with it. Like it's just a cool tool to just dick around with and try to do like a fun thing every now and then. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna leave this up because we might actually airbrush more tomorrow. I need to find my dark gold. It's not Hoplite. Hoplite's kind of bright. Oh, if I could, I know which gold I want, and I know the last time I looked for it, I couldn't find it. So this is going to be an issue. Called Aztec Gold. It's the Army Painter Speed Paint line. It's a greenish gold and it is so good. Golden Armor is possibly what I'm going to use because Golden Armor is dark. Oh, I found it. Yay. Aztec Gold for the win. I think we'll actually just try to cover the object up to the flame with it. Is the audio wrong again? I gotta wear my headphones more. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube's audio does this. The hell is this nonsense? Hang on, I have an idea. Someone in the local Discord's talking about like trying to make fun terrain for stuff or fun basing colors. She's wondering about like barren terrain and how to do stuff. So let me send her a picture. It is. It is not my idea. It is not my core idea. It's something I saw at least a few people on, I think, Instagram bring up. It is brilliant because it's silicone, which means you can, you know, tinker with it as you see fit. But when you go to clean it out, yeah, you just, you know, water, start popping. It's beautiful. Yeah, and you can get huge ones too. That's what's cool about it. Because I was looking into them and they were like massive ones. They were like, these are great fidget poppers. I was like, there's no way you put this together not expecting to sell this to an artist who wants like an 100 color palette. There's no way. How much fidgeting can someone really have? I don't want to go too far over my normal time limit though. Time is it? 3:30. I'm going to try to power through this, but we do kind of want to put the basing texture on so that it'll be dry by tomorrow. So we can actually get all of these done as well, which will be sweet. And then we can stream making the primal stuff. Primal, I feel like, primal is going to be just color. Like, there's almost nothing on the primal stuff that stands out as like, oh, we need to paint this a color. It's just going to be zenithals and airbrush. But yeah, thanks for popping in. Thanks for checking out the content. Should have another stream coming tomorrow. I'm constantly trying to figure out how to get some more videos out. I just got to find the time to record B-roll. Get some stuff going. Because it would be nice. Although I don't know how much what I'm putting out probably coming up might be interesting to you. It's mostly, I think we're going to do AOS rules because AOS had the relaunch and I've just been through a lot of games in it. So I kind of feel like I know what I'm talking about with the rules a little bit. We got an FAQ coming up in a little bit for it. So at the very least, I'll be able to like go over that and make sure that some of my understanding of how the rules work is actually how they work, because that would be good. Great. Yeah, we just did a spearhead event at my local. It's definitely good. It's very enjoyable. God, I hate wasting all this speed paint. Just power brush it. why we're painting these, because I actually do really like AOS. I've grown to really like it. The way that it works and everything. Oh shit. The racing song. The William Tell Overture. Skip. Just want to clear as much of this paint out as possible so I don't waste it. But we are probably going to have to finish it tomorrow. Let me get the basing paste on so it can be dry by the time we stream tomorrow, and yeah. We're probably going to do some AOS overview videos, specifically Spearhead, my time playing Spearhead in the local league, rules videos. We just need the time to be able to record B-roll, because if you've watched any of my videos, as you've said, you probably realize that I do really enjoy visual representations of things I'm talking about, which takes a little bit of time to pace and record in a way where, like, it works. Dude, I set the music to dramatic. That's the only button I pressed. No audio or no vocals, dramatic. And this is what we get. Texture paste. Which is cool because my local game store has 2 people who exclusively play AOS. Like 2. And they've been really wanting other people to start getting into it for the longest time, to the point where a few of them decided they couldn't hold out anymore and started buying 40k armies. Like, a few of them were like, so I play Corn, is World Eaters good? And we were like, yeah, they're doing really well in tournaments. He's like, okay, what do you think I should buy first? And everyone's like, Angron. He's like, yep. So he's just, yeah, is a World Eaters army because he plays Blades of Corn. And then the other one is just like, I don't know. Because I don't think he plays any of the, any faction in AOS that can cross over easily. So he's kind of just like, maybe I'll think about it. I look at boxes and I kind of like some of the models, but I don't know. Might even do a Disciples of Tzeentch overview video, because they are my faction of choice. And I feel like I've been spending weeks min-maxing in my head what you can do with a Disciples of Tzeentch army. Just like spew all that information onto the internet and be like, hope someone helps with this. Like, hope someone achieves their goals with this knowledge of either defeating a local Disciples of Tzeentch player or being a Disciples of Tzeentch player that maybe wins something. because that's kind of the trick, like with any faction. There's always like a little thing that you don't think about, right? Like there's just the stuff you look at and you're like, okay, I get that. But then there's interactions where you have no clue, where you're like, that might be useful, I don't know. And then you kind of wander off and don't think about it again. Meanwhile, it's just this massive interaction that could drastically change how you play in general, like in your local scene and even like larger scenes. All right, last little bit here. Seriously though, this is a really cool endless spell. I talked about it a little bit. But this is the one where when you place it on the field, it's like super important, right? How you place it. Because it is only allowed to travel in the direction of the blade, either forward or backward. So you put it down, it can only go in a straight line. I love the hell out of that. It's so funny. Boom. We'll probably do the swords in gold handles, silver blades. But most everything else here is going to end up being Aztec gold. And then we might highlight some components with like brighter gold. I think it's going to be like a multi-staging gold. Mostly going to be metallic though. But yeah, this will be tomorrow, most likely. And then once this is done, again, we've got primal to work on, which will probably just end up being airbrush, and that's it. And then, which one? I keep forgetting. Arcane. Arcane's going to have a little bit of layer painting involved. I don't know why this is very blurry for you. There you go. I don't know what the hell that was. But there you go. Yeah, we'll just keep chugging. Thanks for hanging out. I gotta go pick up a sandwich to eat and then figure stuff out. I'll take some pictures of where we're at right now. We'll go from there. I need to also check Amazon to see if my delivery is here or not. Oh, God, these actually look really good. I do love how they came out. Let me pull them over because I want to do a picture of them complete. But yeah, till next time, guys. Later.